The new Keltec PR57 is the lightest 5.7 pistol available. Stripper clips and a rotary barrel create a compact, lightweight, and easy-to-use pistol with a 20+1 capacity. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
From the efficiency of American natural gas and the dependability of nuclear power, to the strength of Florida's sunshine and the flexibility of advanced battery storage systems, we leverage a diverse mix of energy sources to power our growing state, ensuring reliable, low-cost power for your home or business whenever you need it. FPL, working for you every single day.
Welcome to the fold with a twist. The third generation Keltec Sub 2000 quickly twists and folds in half, optics and all, and just as quickly deploys. Now available in multiple calibers. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
There's something about the people of Florida. Something that makes us go the extra mile. Spend a little more time. Help a neighbor when they need it most. Do our part, big or small, to make things better for everyone. At FPL, we're working every single day to ensure you have electricity you can count on. We're building a stronger, smarter, more resilient grid, using cost-effective, diverse energy sources to deliver reliable electricity while keeping bills as low as possible. And while the days come and go, our mission never changes. For nearly a century, FPL has been here, and we will continue to be here, working for you every single day.
Welcome, everybody, to the 15th running of the Thunder on Cocoa Beach here in lovely Cocoa Beach, Florida. I'm Philip Stainton from the Toronto Offshore Organizing Committee and TDF Racing, and I'm joined here by former Superstock racer Sean Connor.
Good day, everybody. We're here for 3 great races today here on Cocoa Beach. We've got some flat, calm water, which is unusual for this event, so it should be some really fast racing today. We'll be getting bracket class underway here shortly, and looking forward to the first round of racing for the 2025 season.
That's great, Sean. Can you tell us what we're going to see in the bracket class race, who's running, and what their hopes are today?
Before we get to that, let's go into the course map here. So we're going to go down the first straight to turn 1. It's a big sweeper into a dog leg. A lot of good passing happens there. Bottom of the course, we'll be turning back into the beach and get a little bit of swell action there before hitting the main straightaway, coming back down the beach. Great viewing opportunities for the fans and a lot of fast racing there.
That's great, Sean. Do you want to talk about who's running today?
Yeah, so first race, we're going to have bracket class 700 along with cat class 300. So we're going to have 2 separate races on the course at the same time. We're going to have, in the bracket 700 class, Piston Broke Offshore Racing with Jeff Pritchard and Scotty Young, Proven Marine with Greg Blupter and Craig Chinderton, and then Dirt Legal Velocity Factory Racing with Brad Christopher and Connor Langham. Connor also ran Superstock Class here last year and has been in a few different boats, so he's going to be one to watch today.
That's great. Now, you've raced here for many years, Sean, and I know you're returning next year. Can you talk to us a little bit about how the conditions vary today versus other years that you raced, and how this is going to affect the performance and what we're going to see?
Yeah, so today it's unusually calm here. This is probably the calmest I've seen Cocoa Beach possibly ever. It's normally we have big swells, big wind waves, a lot of rough water. Today it's going to be a flat race. The boats are going to be staying in the water. I think the racing is going to be much closer. A lot more side-by-side racing. So it's going to get pretty exciting into turn 1. and we're going to be seeing some good speeds today.
Now, with the flat water and the conditions, we've seen the boats out testing this morning. What kind of changes have they made to their setups that might fit the conditions better, and what are some of the things that they can tweak to allow them to perform better?
So rough water, flat water, the key to winning a race is balance or weight in the boat and your propeller choice. So they've probably gone out today, tried a couple different propellers, moved some weight around to see what the fastest overall lap time will be. And they're setting up today for more top-end speed rather than acceleration. Like I said, they're going to be in the water. It's going to be flat. So they're looking for some more top speed numbers than if it were a rough day.
Now, how many sets of propellers would the average team carry out there that they'd be able to choose between?
You know, it depends on the team and the class. Some boats, they'll have one set of propellers, and that's what they run. Other classes, you know, we'll have 10 sets. And it varies between the weather, the wind, and what the boat likes that day. So I'm sure there's probably about a few different choices people have gone through today during our testing earlier, and they're dialing in their final setup and getting ready for the race.
That's great. Now, also with the flatter water, are we going to expect to see people being a little more aggressive into the turns, given that they're going to have the boats a little flatter coming in and out of them?
See, that's the interesting thing about flat water. Flat water gets to be a little more exciting when you're in the boat because the boats are so close together and nobody wants to give an inch. When it's rough, you're coming in and out of the water. The weather plays a little bit more dictation as to where the boats are at. When it's flat, nobody wants to lift. Nobody wants to give an inch. So it will be a fight coming around turn one.
Now, the temperature today, we know inland is up almost 100 degrees. I think it's coming expected to be around 92 down here on the beach. Is that going to affect the temperature in the cockpit? Does that affect the drivers, or are you just kind of full of adrenaline, ready to go?
Well, at this point, everybody's full of adrenaline, getting ready to go. But, yeah, temperature does play a role, especially in the canopy boats. If you don't have air conditioning or some cool suits, it can get really, really hot in there. But, you know, most of these guys are used to it. They've experienced it. They're in good shape. So it's just part of the game here.
That's great. I think we should be underway soon. I know that race control is just securing the course now, making sure that everybody's safe and set back at a very safe distance. That's obviously very important. I think the setback here is looks to be about 500 feet from the shore, with multiple safety boats out there doing a great job.
Yeah, it looks like we've got safety helicopters coming out onto the course. They're doing the final checks, making sure the course is safe and ready to go, and we should be getting underway for race one here shortly.
That's great.
Yeah, we got the jets control. That's okay. And probably it's Hobo or something. Yeah, but they're all they stay at the bottom of the course like that. Gotcha. Just checking. Getting myself schooled up here. Yeah, they're coming out. They're down the course now. There they come.
We see the helicopter circling around. Can you tell us what that helicopter is for and who, from a safety standpoint, we would find in that?
Yeah, so those are our angels above us. That will be the dive team. So if there is a boat that goes over, if there is a collision on the course, people in the water, those choppers will get to you very quickly. They'll deploy divers, pull you out of the boat if need be. Safety boats will also be coming at the same time, but they're going to be the first responders. They're going to be the first ones on scene. And I've personally experienced their assistance twice now. And they do a great job.
Now, I see them get the drivers out pretty quickly, but I know the drivers themselves, the morning beach race, there's also training they need to do in terms of escaping capsules as well. So if we have time before we start, if you want to talk a little bit about how you guys are trained up as drivers in the event of the worst case scenario here.
Yeah, so we go through capsule training in a pool with a mock capsule boat we race. They flip us upside down, and we have to get ourselves out of the boat. So if it ever happens in real life, we have a good idea of what we need to do. And again, the divers are right there as well. So it's good training, good practice, but it's something that we do every season.
Now, I would guess you need to wait for the capsule to fill with water for the pressure to equalize before you can escape. Is that a bit of a hairy situation, even in a pool test?
Well, the pool test is a little different because there are no windows, so it fills up quickly. Now, in the real-life scenario that I've done, I get out of that thing as quickly as possible. I don't wait around for anything.
Well, let's hope we won't be seeing that here today, but we obviously are very prepared for each and every race.
And it looks like we're going green flag racing here in race 1 bracket class. Now this class is very evenly paired. Everybody's running the same 300 horsepower Mercury Racing outboard. The boats are just about the same length. Everybody has to come out around the same weight. And as you can see, it's just side by side, deck to deck in this class. So calm water, very even.
And this is the only class that races without a capsule.
So right now, these boats that you see on the screen, bracket 700 class, are open cockpit boats. We're going to have one boat starting behind them in Cat 300, which will have a capsule.
All right, and I think we're just doing the formation lap now, letting the drivers line up, and we should see green flag very soon.
Yep.
So we're going to look for them very soon to pass the starting buoy, which will signal the start of the race here, and everyone will be full throttle racing to that all-important first turn.
Looks like they're following the pace boat around now and just getting into position. And here is the single cat class for this race 1 here. This is a new class coming out, great entry-level class to get into some catamaran racing, get into a cockpit. So very excited to see this class grow. I know there's more boats that will be coming out this season in Cat 300, and it's a great way to get into racing and get started.
And now, what speed would that boat be hitting? I mean, starter class is still pretty fast here. I'm guessing they're going to be close to 100 of that size.
So this class here, I believe they were looking to keep the speeds around 90, and it's a new class, so they were still dialing these boats in. They were testing some motor setups, getting the boats just right. So I believe you're going to be looking at about 80 to 90, somewhere in there in that class once they get them all in the water and together.
There's another safety boat in the infield with scuba on board.
Yeah, so you're going to have the helicopters above with divers, and then you will also have safety boats, rescue boats in the midfield ready to respond. And then there's also going to be some tow boats set up in case boats break down. They also have extra pumps and airbags in case boats start taking on water or there should be a collision where they need to do a bit more salvage type work there. So, of course, it's very well covered with safety and assistance.
That's great. And I see a lot of people down on the beach here enjoying this, so it's always great to have such a big turnout. And I know this race is a fan favorite and a fan destination. And we want to thank the presenting sponsors of Visit Space Coast, X Insurance, and, of course, legendary Cocoa Beach itself. If you've never been, it's certainly worth a trip. And if you make the trip during the race season, your time will be even better.
All right, so it looks like pace boats coming down the beach here with everybody lined up looking for a green flag start. So we should be under racing here shortly. Now the boats will line up side by side, and they need to be even with each other, but behind the pace boat. So when the pace boat is happy that everybody is lined up evenly and proper distance behind the pace boat, they will go to a green flag. And there we go. We've got green flag, pace boats pulled off, and we are racing the first race in 2025 season. So here we go. Again, very flat conditions out here. You don't see much separation between these boats as they're going to turn one just yet.
Now, where do they want to be on the turn? Do they want to take it as tight as possible to the marker? Or what would your strategy be?
So this class, because it's so evenly paired, you want to have the shortest distance around the course. So if you've got the inside lane, pole position, you want to be right on those buoys as you go around the first turn, so you cover the shortest distance. It looks like number 789, Dirt Legal, is pulling a little bit of a lead. But they do have somebody to the inside of them, so even though they got a few boat lengths over them, by the time they come into turn one, that inside boat's still going to have the advantage.
Now, as the second boat, how far outside of the first boat wake would you want to be as you approach the turn? At what point do you start cutting through it?
Well, it really depends on where the buoy is, so I'm not going to pay much attention to the wake. It's something to keep in mind as you go across it, but my main concern is where that buoy is and where my competitor is as to how I'm going to set this turn up. Nice clean run through turn one. Looks like no one's bouncing off each other. Everybody gave each other some clean space and good room, and they're starting to separate now.
Now, I see you mentioned the calm water is going to make the boats a little bit flatter. These ones seem to be bouncing quite a bit. Is that because of the weight that they are versus the other classes of boats?
So it is a flat water race here by comparison to what we've had years past, but these are some small boats. I mean, you're looking at a boat that's 20 foot in length, 300 horsepower. So you start running out of bottom, you're going to come out of the water. And keeping that boat in the water, driving forward, keeping it balanced, that's where the guys up front are going to make up some time and some speed. And here we have the Cat 300 running by itself today, but nice to see it out here running. Again, excited to see that class start growing. And you can see the speed difference there. Now, those boats have the same engine, but you have a cat hull versus a V hull. And the cat hull right now is making up time and just pulling past the V hulls. Great shot here too. You can see how the V hulls are working versus the cat.
Now, as the driver, when you come out of the water, what do you want to do?
So as a driver, I want to make sure the wheel is straight. So when we come back into the water, the boat continues straight. Now, the guy sitting next to me on the throttles, his job is when the boat comes out of the water, he's going to pull back on the throttles to not over rev the engine. But as soon as that boat is back in the water, he wants to have those throttles down and max RPM, so we keep driving through the water as quickly as possible without breaking propellers, breaking drive shafts, over revving the engine. So right now, going down the straightaway, the throttleman's job, he's busy over there, making sure the trim of the boat is proper, making sure the throttles are in and out when the boat's coming back in and out of the water. As a driver, I'd be keeping the boat straight, looking for my next mark, and then get set up for that turn.
Yeah, and the trim tabs are obviously more responsive in a race boat than what the pleasure craft we would have at home, so that's pretty much a full-time job.
Yeah, and these guys here, so they're playing with the trim tabs, they're playing with the trim of the engine and the throttles. Like I said, the throttle man, he's got his hands full right now, and the driver's just trying to keep the boat straight, looking for that next buoy and making sure he's getting set up for that turn. And it looks like 789 Dirt Legal, Brad Christopher, Connor Lingham, I mean, they are putting on a show right now. First place,
Certainly are.
And extending their lead. Like I say, Connor's got quite a bit of experience. He's run this class for a number of years now. He's also run the Cat class. He's a good racer, and you're going to see more of him here in the near future.
It's always great to see the classes expand and see more boats. And I think the single-engine Cat class is a great starting point, as you said. Which class is growing the fastest right now?
Well, the fastest growing class we'll see later today. That's going to be the Superstock Class. 30-foot catamarans, twin outboards. There's going to be 12 boats in that class later today, so that will be quite the show this afternoon.
You can see by the graphic on your screen in the lower left kind of where the standing is, coming up to complete the first last here very shortly as they come close to the beach.
And so Cat 300, they started in the back in the second row. And they've gone past first 2 V-holes, and they're making ground on boat 1. Now, these boats are in different classes, so even though the Cat is going faster and it's going to pass these V-holes, they're running in a different class.
So they're probably going to give each other a pretty wide berth as they look to pass.
That would be nice, yeah. Little respect there. Give each other some space. They're not racing each other.
That's one of the great things about the sports is how much the team members from competing teams get along. Often lend each other parts when need be, and there's a real camaraderie in the sport that I think is unique to this sport.
Great camaraderie in the sport. Anybody needs a part, anybody needs a hand. Generally, everybody's there to help each other. So great community there. When it gets out on the race course, things change a little bit. Things can get a little different. Obviously, we're racing here, but great community. Everybody's friends at the end of the day, and always willing to give each other a helping hand.
Yeah, if you have the chance to walk through the dry pit area there, it's fun to see the race teams commingling each other's setups there, and having a bottle of water together, sharing tips and tricks, and sometimes having a peek in each other's boats, which is you never see in a lot of other sports, that's for sure.
And that's all part of it. It's a big family. We travel around the country all together. We're all at the same races. We're with each other's families. So there's a big family aspect to it. A lot of camaraderie. It's a little bit different than some motorsports. Bracket Class 700. So coming around lap 1, cross the finish line here, we've got Dirt Legal Velocity Factory Racing in first place. We have Proven Marine in second place. And we have Piston Broke Offshore Racing in third. And we got 4 laps today, so there's plenty of time for these guys to mix it up and see who's gonna come out first.
Yeah, and the difference between first and third is about 35 seconds on the first lap here.
And all that can change. It's the water can change minute to minute. That's the thing about offshore powerboat racing is the course is never the same from lap to lap. One guy can be in some smoother water on one lap. Another guy can find some rougher swells in another and just change the lineup pretty quickly.
Yeah, do you see less engine breakage or boat breakage in these classes than you would in some of the other classes?
Well, yeah, these boats, they've got Mercury 300 racing motors on them, 4 strokes, very reliable, very bulletproof, and that's again one of the nice things about this class. You can get into this class for lesser money and go out, race, have a good time, and learn how to race. You don't have to worry about the boat breaking. You don't have to worry about the engines breaking. You can go out, learn to race, learn the courses, learn racing craft, learn how to set the boat up for different conditions, and not have to worry about the equipment so much.
Yeah, and across all the classes, it's great to see that boats aren't necessarily being replaced every year. Some of the winningest boats are a few years old or even more than that.
That's true. Now, personal experience, I've replaced a boat, I think, every single year I've been racing, and in one year I had 3 different boats. Now, that's another story for another day, but when you can carry a boat through several seasons, you just get to be more comfortable with it, you learn it, it kind of becomes a glove. And you go out there, you do your thing, you have a good time, and you get better with each race.
And I've heard from many races that not all boats come out of the mold the same. So individual boats have individual aspects about them that make them either more competitive or less competitive, which is why I think some of the guys stick with them for a few seasons.
So the Cat 300 class comes around here, and that's what you have on the screen right now. It was a way to get people into catamaran boat racing at an affordable price and kind of get the training wheels off. Rather than jumping straight up to Superstock, which has become ultra competitive, or even the bigger classes, this is going to get you into a catamaran so you can feel what the boat likes, you can feel what that tunnel does, and in offshore racing terms, at an affordable price. You only have one engine to worry about. You don't have big logistical transportation costs because of the size of the boat. So in that attempt to grow offshore racing, get a younger crowd into it, that's where this class has come from and being developed. This boat here, I believe, was built by Wicked, and there are at least one or two other manufacturers going to be having boats out here this season. So that class really should take off this year, and we should see several boats competing here later in the season. And this class here, this is where a lot of people have started their offshore racing career. Starting the Bracket 700 class, easy boats to get into, start racing and learn it. So you'll see a number of people start here and then work their way up into bigger V-bottoms, and then from V-bottoms into catamarans. And this is the stuff that gets people into offshore racing right here and keeps them going. Expense on these, depending on what year boat you go with, what you're looking to race, you can be anywhere from $60,000 for this Bracket 700 class here. Cat 300, depending on how you want to do that program, I think you're looking at more about $100,000 to $120,000. But that's a turnkey package. You just put gas in the boat and you go, and that's it.
And I would imagine the maintenance costs are a little more reasonable with the stock engines here than some of the custom modified engines in the other classes.
Correct, because these engines on these boats are straight off the shelf from Mercury Racing. Put fuel in them, change the oil, flush them out, and go racing.
Now, over your years of racing, is it typical that you see people just keep moving up class if they can afford to?
I do. I see a lot of people get in here that they'll buy an entry boat and go racing, realize they love it, and they'll go to the next class, and they just get hooked. And they keep moving up. It becomes an addiction after a while.
How many races a year would the racers in this class see?
So each year is a little bit different. There's usually just about 8 to 10 individual races per year that you could participate in across the different parts of the country. So you could race as few races as you like, and upwards of 10, if not 12, depending on the season. So it looks like we're coming across the line now, start lap 3. Number 789 Dirt Legal is still in the lead, it looks like, in Bracket 700 class.
I don't think the positions have changed here. We'll have the times coming up on the second lap shortly.
Yeah, here we go. So just coming across to start lap 3. Dirt Legal Velocity still has the number 1 place. Proven Marine in second place behind them. Still within striking distance. And then third place, Piston Broke Offshore Racing. Looking to try and move up here before this race is over.
Yeah, and the space between the first and second boat has narrowed by a few seconds. We're just waiting for the third's time to come up on their second lap.
Yeah, so third place Proven Marine. They're back there a little bit, but they still got time to move up. But very close race between Proven Marine and Dirt Legal at the moment.
And the gap between first and second was 35 seconds on the first lap, and it's gone to just over 1 minute and 4 seconds on the second lap. So they've spaced out a little bit, but again, there is 2 more laps to go.
And here we have Cat 300 running unopposed, but getting some good seat time. And pulling some nice speeds and some nice lap times.
Yeah, they're running about 5 seconds faster than the first place boat in the next group.
Interesting, okay. And they got nice trim on the boat. It's not coming out of the water. It's not lifting the bow. It's just driving forward. So they're having a pretty good time out there. I wouldn't mind being in that boat right now myself.
Is the Cat going to stay flatter in general than the other group?
You know, it all comes down to how the boats run, trim, balance. If if they don't have that cat set up correctly, I mean, they could be lifting the bow quite a bit more. boat could be all over the place, but they've done their homework, and they got a good setup in the boat, so they're looking good today.
Now, in the race, it's flat water, as you said, but the boats are still bouncing. What is the experience like for the driver here? It looks like they're getting beaten up still.
Again, you're in a 20-foot boat, and you are in the ocean, so there's going to be some waves, there's going to be some chop. You're going to feel that coming through the seat. You're going to feel it coming through the steering wheel. So they're going to get a little beat up today.
And what are the temperatures like out there? Posting 92 right now. We've just been updated.
Well, in the open boats, not too bad. You got a nice little natural breeze blowing by.
Different story there. I'm looking at the Capsule Cat.
In the Capsule Cat, well, it's well over 100 degrees. Hopefully they have some fans in there just to circulate the air around and keep you a little bit cool, but it's going to be well over 100 degrees inside that boat while those guys are running.
Well, they should lose a few pounds.
Looks like we got the safety helicopter over top the first place boat just following along.
Now, the helicopters get pretty close. Does that affect you as a driver?
So they get close, but they don't generally go over the top of you. Now, I have had a helicopter go over the top of my boat in some races previously, and you will be amazed how much that downdraft from the helicopter affects the boat. So these pilots, though, they're really quite good. They'll follow you close, but they'll leave you alone.
Well, reassuring to be there, but it's pretty close for most people get to a helicopter.
Oh, oftentimes I can look out the window and watch a helicopter next to me. It's fun.
Makes for great video. And speaking of video, this live stream is sponsored by our title sponsor, we heard from at the top of the program, Keltec, our presenting sponsor, X Insurance, and is produced by our friends here at Greenlight TV.
Here we got the Cat 300 coming down the front straight here. Nice shot of that boat. Again, running nice and flat, good speed. It'll be exciting when we get a few of those on the race course and they can be racing side by side with each other. It looks like we got the white flag lap, so one more lap to go.
It's a beautiful looking boat there.
Very clean, good profile. Looks good going through the water.
That's what it does.
All right, so Bracket Class 700, they're coming around for the final lap as well. We still have first place, Dirt Legal Velocity, followed by, I believe, Proven Marine, and then Piston Broke. So final lap, this is all in it. 6.9 miles, and
the strategy here would be just to maintain your positions, given that they're spaced out nicely, hold your position and come across the checkered flag.
well, for me, I'd be all out because we're on the final lap. If you're behind, you got nothing left to lose. Just give it everything you can. If you think you can catch them, drive hard. If you can't catch them, then just make sure you maintain the points. You get a good position on the podium because you're going to carry those points through the season. So this depends on where the setup is on the boat, how the guys are feeling in the boat. If I thought I had a chance from second place to go after first, I'd give it everything we got here in the next lap and see what we could get done. And there we have Connor Langham and Brad Christopher. They're looking behind them to see how much distance they have over second place. So they might be looking just to maintain their time in their position, looking over their shoulder to see where second place is at, to see if they really need to put the hammer down.
And it has narrowed a little bit between first and second. It's gone down to about a 6-second gap after the third lap, so they're making up time.
Yeah, Proven Marine, like I said, one more lap to go. They're going to give it everything they can to catch Dirt Legal and see if they can get one more spot on the podium.
So Proven Marine here, They're probably full on the throttle, as you said you would be. Are there any other things that they can do?
Just keep the boat trimmed nicely. Don't drive over their heads. You want to keep that boat going forward. You don't want it to get out of control, because you can push hard, but if you get the boat out of control, it's going to slow down. So you got to keep the boat under control, but push hard. Take every opportunity that you get. Cut as much time off in the corners as you can, and try and narrow that gap and set it up for a pass before the end of the lap. And here we have Cat 300 running down the backside of the course, running unopposed, but great seat time for those guys. And will be good to see them later this season, what they can do with some other boats on the course.
And will we expect to see you out this season again?
Oh yeah, no, I am coming back. So I'll working on my 2023 National Championship winning boat, get that back on the course later this season, and go have some more fun in the Superstock class.
Is that the MTI?
That will be the MTI, yes. Now it's getting a little bumpier out there. Looks like there's some swell action on the backside of the course. Looks like it may have picked up a bit more as the day has gone on here.
Yeah, we've got a great shot from the on-water camera boat here. It certainly does look a little choppier, but they are on the far turn on the outside stretch.
Well, what I noticed from here too is when we first started, the water had a glassy effect on it, which means there was no wind. Now you can see it's a little more dull. So the wind has definitely picked up. The breeze has picked up a little bit since we first started. So we may be getting some more wave action, some more swell action, and that will really make a deciding factor on the backstretch for the Bracket 700 boats as they come through the dogleg. Oh, you can see Cat 300 there just get a little bit out of shape there as they were coming back into the swell around the bottom turn, making their way to the start-finish line. So it's definitely bumping up a little bit there and making things a little exciting.
Oh.
Well, and they got that Cat 300 back under control, nice and level, driving forward, not popping the nose, not getting out of control. As the race has gone on, that boat has probably gotten lighter because it's burned off the fuel, so it's going to be running lighter through the water. It's going to be getting a little more air time. It's going to be dancing around a bit more, just like the Bracket 700 boats behind it. So as the boats go through the race, they start out heavy, and they will lighten up as they burn off the fuel. And there we have the checkered flag for Cat 300. Nice run by those guys today, Lakeside Motorsports.
And they're finishing in 16 minutes, 48 seconds.
And here we have the leader in Bracket 700 class right now. Looks like they're coming around the backstretch just through the dogleg. And we'll see if Proven Marine has something for him in the last turn. Definitely bumping up on that south turn. That south turn can get really exciting with the way the swell action comes in when you start your turn. As you're going through the turn, as you see them now, the angle of the swell changes dramatically from one part of that turn to the next. So as you're going through it, the boat changes, the attitude of the boat changes, your steering input's going to change. Ah, nice little hop there. So Proven Marine's coming around the bottom turn on the front straight here for the last little run into the finish line. It's interesting. Both of them are looking down in the cockpit, looking behind them to see where second place is. Got that boat set nice, Nice run, not all over the place. Cutting through the waves, using the front of the boat to cut their way through the chop rather than just flying through the air. Keeping that propeller in the water and keeping that boat driving forward.
Now, how did the V-hull boats handle compared to the cats?
Well, in the V-hulls, as you can see right here, you see the front of that boat, it is just slicing through those waves. Whereas a cat, you're going to be flying over the top of them because you're riding on a cushion of air. And it looks like we have our winner for Bracket 700. We've got Dirt Legal Velocity Factory Racing with Brad Christopher and Connor Langham taking the checkered flag. And we'll see what the finishing order is for second and third. Good run by those guys. I think they had first place all the way around the race course, never letting it go. And we're just waiting to see here what the so second place looks like, who do we have here?
Proven Marine.
I thought it was Proven Marine. Must have missed the camera, but Proven Marine in second place. So Proven Marine second place, followed by Piston Broke Offshore Racing in third place. Yeah, and here we have Piston Broke coming across, take the checkered flag, third place on the podium. Good run by all those guys today. Clean racing. You'll often see these guys going rail to rail with each other, but nice clean racing today.
That's great. And that puts race one in the books with the next race coming up not too long. When is our next race, Sean?
So next race coming up is going to be race 2 at 2 p.m. And that's going to be actually qualifying for factory stock. So not exactly your traditional race. This is going to be a time trial event for the factory stock 500 boats. They're going to do timed laps individually around the race course, and whoever has the fastest time is going to dictate their starting order for racing tomorrow. So it's going to be exciting to watch because you want to put everything you have into those time trials to make sure you get a good starting position for tomorrow. And here we have Dirt Legal looking to collect their checkered flag, along with the Cat 300.
And we'll see the results board come up shortly for the viewers here.
I'm sure those guys are happy to get out of that cockpit for a moment, take a breath.
I would imagine they're looking to cool down after this period of time. 25 minutes on the water, 100-degree temperatures.
And there we go. There we got the checkered flag for Connor Langham. And here's our finishing order. So we've got Dirt Legal Velocity, 25-minute race. We have Proven Marine in second place. They were just about 6 seconds behind. And then we have Piston Broke Offshore Racing in third, about 2 minutes behind first place. So I'm sure they've learned a lot today. They're going to go home, make some changes, and look to improve on the next round.
Right. Proven Marine really closed the gap from lap to lap, so good to see them coming very close.
They were trying hard. You could see Dirt Legal Velocity looking behind them to see where they were at, because I think they were pushing hard in that final lap to try and make up some time.
While we wait for our next race at noon, we just wanted to thank our sponsors. Our presenting sponsors, of course, are Visit Space Coast, X Insurance, and Legendary Cocoa Beach, where we're enjoying the race from today. Also some local sponsors, Butt Racks, Cape Marina, JT Social Bar, which is located right inside the La Quinta Inn here on beautiful Cocoa Beach, Bale Brothers Cranes and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Sandbar Sports Grill, Direct Graphics Printing, Broat and Marine Superstore, Florida Power and Light, J&J Cafe, Rocket Healthcare, Navin Boats, JMac Roofing, In Place Machining Company, Metrology Works, and Springwater Homes.
All right, so we're gonna take a little break here right now. Everybody's gonna get set up. We're gonna have factory stock qualifying here at 2 o'clock, and we'll be back live for that. In the meantime, everybody sit tight and enjoy.
The new Keltec PR57 is the lightest 5.7 pistol available. Stripper clips and a rotary barrel create a compact, lightweight, and easy-to-use pistol with a 20+1 capacity. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
From the efficiency of American natural gas and the dependability of nuclear power, to the strength of Florida's sunshine and the flexibility of advanced battery storage systems, we leverage a diverse mix of energy sources to power our growing state, ensuring reliable, low-cost power for your home or business whenever you need it. FPL, working for you every single day. There's something about the people of Florida. Something that makes us go the extra mile. Spend a little more time. Help a neighbor when they need it most. Do our part, big or small, to make things better for everyone. At FPL, we're working every single day to ensure you have electricity you can count on. We're building a stronger, smarter, more resilient grid using cost-effective, diverse energy sources to deliver reliable electricity while keeping bills as low as possible. And while the days come and go, our mission never changes. For nearly a century, FPL has been here, and we will continue to be here, working for you every single day.
Welcome to the fold with a twist. The third generation Keltec Sub 2000 quickly twists and folds in half, optics and all, and just as quickly deploys. Now available in multiple calibers. Innovation, performance. Keltec. The new Keltec PR57 is the lightest 5.7 pistol available. Stripper clips and a rotary barrel create a compact, lightweight, and easy-to-use pistol with a 20+1 capacity. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
From the efficiency of American natural gas and the dependability of nuclear power, to the strength of Florida's sunshine and the flexibility of advanced battery storage systems, we leverage a diverse mix of energy sources to power our growing state, ensuring reliable, low-cost power for your home or business whenever you need it. FPL, working for you every single day.
Welcome to the fold with a twist. The third generation Keltec Sub 2000 quickly twists and folds in half, optics and all, and just as quickly deploys. Now available in multiple calibers. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
There's something about the people of Florida. Something that makes us go the extra mile. Spend a little more time. Help a neighbor when they need it most. Do our part, big or small, to make things better for everyone. At FPL, we're working every single day to ensure you have electricity you can count on. We're building a stronger, smarter, more resilient grid, using cost-effective, diverse energy sources to deliver reliable electricity while keeping bills as low as possible. And while the days come and go, our mission never changes. For nearly a century, FPL has been here, and we will continue to be here, working for you every single day.
Welcome back to Thunder on Cocoa Beach for the 15th year here from lovely Cocoa Beach, Florida. I'm Philip Staten from Toronto Offshore and TDF Racing, and joining me today is Sean Connor. And Sean, do you want to talk about what we've got in store for race 2 of the day?
Yes, thank you, Philip. So we are moving into what's considered race 2 is actually it's going to be qualifying, and it's going to be qualifying for the factory stock class. They are going to be doing timed laps. Whoever has the fastest time is going to dictate where they start the race tomorrow. So these are going to be qualifying laps, hot laps, as fast as these crews can run these boats to get the best time on the race course possible.
So we've got a lot of experienced racers here today, but this is the first year that they've gone up from the 450 engines to the 500 engines, and I think we've got 5 boats running today. So, Sean, do you want to talk a little bit about how they're going to get started for the first boat to the second boat and moving forward to all 5 that are qualifying today?
Yes, so they did go from 450 engines last year to 500s this year. So this is going to be the first time we've seen all these boats on the water with the new Mercury Racing engine package. So that's pretty exciting there. They're going to do timed laps. One boat is going to start. It's going to do a flying lap and then a timed lap. As that boat is completing its qualifying lap, the next boat's going to start and get rolling. And we're going to do that consecutively until we get all 5 boats through, collect the times, and see who's the fastest today.
So if you want to talk about some of the differences of this class of boats versus the race that we just saw finished about a half an hour ago, I understand they're much faster. But you want to talk a little bit that's going to change what we're going to see here on this race?
Yeah, so these are much bigger boats than what we watched earlier today. All of these boats measure in length from 36 to 39 feet in length today. We've got Doug Wright, we've got Skater, we've got MTI, all of them running 500 Mercury Racing engines. These boats are going to be hitting speeds of 130 miles an hour. They're fully canopied cockpit boats, very, very safe. The driver and throttle man are in there in 6-point safety harnesses, racing seats, full-time oxygen. So we're really stepping up here as far as the speeds and the size of the boats. It's going to be a good show.
So we've got factory engines that everybody has to choose from, so everybody's going out with the same amount of power. I know, Sean, you've raced for many, many years in many different boats. What is going to influence someone's choice on manufacturer here?
Well, as you say, everybody's running the same engine package, so everybody has the same 500 horsepower Mercuries, which really sets the playing field, and that's nice, because everybody's running the same horsepower. There's no getting around that here. Now, the boats are different, and from different manufacturers, different bottom designs, different size tunnels to the amount of compression they build into them. Certain boats like flat water, certain boats like rough water. There's some boats that run well in between. And you'll see some of those differences here today, along with the setup from each crew. I mean, we've got a wave height of 1.3 feet. Winds are only 6 miles per hour. So, again, it's going to be a calm day for these boats at nearly 40 feet in length, 7,000 pounds in weight. So they're going to be hitting some good speeds today. And
you talked about the flat water. We, of course, talked about that in a little more detail at the first race. For those of us that didn't hear us in the first race broadcast, going to mean for the speeds we're going to see, the handling, the impact on the driver and the throttleman?
Yeah, so today is, by comparison, a calm day. We're not going to see the boats flying through the air. We're not going to see big waves and big swells where you would have a much different setup in the boat. When the water is rough, you want as much acceleration as you can get in between the wave tops and not so much worried about top end speed. Now we have a flatter day today. We're going to have the ability and time to hit some higher speeds, so the setup's going to change. They're going to go up in pitch on the propellers. They're going to be running a higher top end speed because they're able to keep the boat in the water. And the speeds are going to increase accordingly. So qualifying is a little interesting. They want to set the boat up as light as possible for these 2 laps. They're not running a whole race, and every pound matters. So we want to put just enough fuel in the boat to make qualifying. We want to have a good handling boat for top speed. They're not racing other boats right now. They're out there by themselves. So if you follow motorsports, the very fastest setup you can put into the car, or in this case the boat, is what they're trying to achieve here right now.
And as we wait to get set up, I know we talked in the past about the safety that goes into every race, and this is as the boats go faster and there's more boats racing on the course, safety is of course important. You want to talk about some of the things that are protecting the drivers out here today?
Yeah, so every one of these boats you're going to see here right now are full cockpit canopied boats. So they have very strong windows. They have a hatch on top of the boat and a hatch below the boat. Again, 6-point harnesses. A lot of guys are running neck restraints or some type of Hans device or some type of halo in the seat themselves to keep you nice and secure, because the speeds are getting up there now. Now we're running 130 miles an hour going into a turn. Divers are here. They will be on the course. If a boat should go upside down, that goes back to our training that we do, where we practice swimming out of a canopy, swimming out of a cockpit. Best case scenario, if a boat goes upside down, you go out of the lower escape hatch in the bottom of the boat. Because now the bottom of the boat is the top. Hopefully you walk out of there, you don't even get wet. Safety crew will be there to take care of you, and you're good to go. But these boats are full of safety. The cockpit rules on how they do the windows, how they do the structure, the roll cage built into it. Very, very big rules on safety and keeping the crew safe.
Yeah, and we see people enjoying the water right outside of our broadcast booth here in front of the racetrack. There is a setback that's quite significant to make sure that every racer is safe, but importantly the fans that are joining us on the beach here today.
So I believe they're checking the course now, make sure it's clear, safe to go. And we'll be getting started with qualifying here shortly. We do have a new team out this season in the factory stock class. That's going to be Allen Allen, number 22 boat. I believe this is their first race, first event for that team and that boat in this class here today.
And they're the first off today, so they've got to have a little bit of nerves going into their first race.
New boat to them, new class, new engine package. I believe these guys have run together for a long time overseas, so they know each other well, but they're still going to want to learn the boat, figure out what the boat likes, what it doesn't like. So they're going to have a big learning curve this weekend, but again, they've spent a lot of time racing. I think they're going to get it figured out quickly.
And how important is his qualifying will also determine their position to start tomorrow? How important is starting position?
Starting position can be everything in some races. You line up side by side, so the boat on pole position definitely has an advantage. So everything you put into qualifying here today is going to pay dividends tomorrow. You want that fast lap, so you've got pole position tomorrow. This is just as important as the race in a lot of cases. You don't want to tear your boat up. You don't want to race over your head, but you need to get that good time to dictate what's going to happen tomorrow. Okay, we've got, it's on the screen here, Montlick Injury Attorneys. Looks like they're making one last check on their weight setup, maybe a final touch as they come out on the water here. Conditions have changed a little bit. The wind has picked up, but it might have laid down on the water here a bit, so they may be moving some weight around just to get that fine tuning for these hot laps.
So talk about how the weight setups work in these boats and how quickly you can adjust them.
So you have movable weight in the boat, and you can move the weight forward, you can move the weight back depending on what the water conditions are, how the boat's flying. If it's a flat water race, you're going to want to move the center of gravity further back on the boat so that you can get higher acceleration, higher top end speed. You're not going to be dragging the front of the boat through the water as much. Now, if it was rough water, we would move the weight forward, so when the boat's flying through the air, it flies nice and level. It's not standing up, it's not out of control. Today, it's going to be a fast setup, so I think the weight's going to be a little further back in the boat so they can get a faster lap time as they're able to keep the boats in the water in these water conditions.
And so far, we see them as being the only team that's making that adjustment. Do you expect that the others will follow suit, or do you think they're pretty set in their setups at this point, getting close to the start?
Looks like these guys are pretty well set in what they want to do. You can second guess yourself from the time you leave the dock to the time you're on the course. Sometimes it's best to stop thinking about it and just go run the boat. I can see Montlick, though, they are making some final changes, and they're a fast boat. They've got a good team, a lot of experience in that cockpit. If they're seeing something on the water and they want to make a quick change, they're doing their homework.
And let's talk about propeller setups and why the water conditions will determine which prop you're going to run.
So propeller setup. If it's a flat water race where you're able to stay in the water, pull some top end speed, you're going to want to go with a taller pitch propeller. For example, a 32 pitch propeller, you're running 130 miles an hour. If it was rough water where you're constantly in and out, you can't keep the boat in the water, so you just need every bit of acceleration in between wave top, you're going to go down in pitch and propeller, maybe a 28 or 29, and you're going to be running 100 miles an hour rather than 130. And those all get dictated day of the race based on the wind conditions, based on wave height, even based on the race course. Some race courses are smaller with a lot of turns, some with long straightaways. It's such a game of math.
And conditions can change minute to minute, but I guess you're making a bet sometimes. You're working with the information that you have. Is there any other technology that racers would use in terms of satellites and wind conditions and predictions and all those types of things? Can you talk a little bit about some of the tech that's used by the teams and how it's communicated to them?
I mean, so you can use all the tech. We've got all the weather devices, all the apps. We can read wind angles, gust strength, wave heights, swells. From racing these same courses year after year, you just start to learn a lot by the area and by getting out there. And you'll know, at one part of the day, the race course could be X, and an hour later, it's going to be a little bit different. So there's something to be said about getting some seat time on these courses and in these weather conditions, knowing what the boat likes. Obviously, we will look at wave heights. We'll look at the wind. Everybody went out testing earlier today, so they have a good idea where they need the setup. And they might make a little, some final changes again at the last minute. But I know a lot of teams right now, especially Superstock Class, because if I was them, I'd be sitting in the trailer right now watching this qualifying to see what the water conditions are going to do, how these boats are running, whether they're popping the nose, flying through the air, or they're just staying glued to the water. So I would bet every Superstock team is sitting in the hall right now watching this screen.
I'm sure they are.
That's going to be the best information. You can look at all the weather apps you want, but this right now is going to tell the next race the most.
All right. Now, number 22, Alan Al, is going to go off first here. So what kind of communication will the other boats that are waiting and milling about to go, what communication will they have with the shore and with their tech teams?
We got communication with race control right now, which is going to be telling the boats to line up, get set for qualifying. You do have communication with the shore team, but at this point, driver and throttleman are on their own. Shore team can't do anything for you. You've already put the setup in the boat. You can't change it. So now you just got to go and get the job done. A lot of times I turn the radio down. I just want to do my thing and focus on the lap. So I think these guys are going to be waiting for race control to release them. And
they'll be started with a pace boat, so we want to run through how that's going to work.
In this scenario, they're not starting with the pace boat because it's one boat on the course at a time. So it looks like they're calling up the number 22 Alan Al boat. He's going to get up and running, so he's got 2 laps. He's got a lap to get rolling, and when he comes across that start-finish line for the second lap, he's going to be full out, wide open, ready to set down the best lap time he can. So here we go. Let's take a look at what they can do here today. And again, this team here, first time in this class, in this boat. So let's see how they put it all together. Not a new team to racing, just new to this boat.
And as they set up, the first position here, the positions of how each team will go off is determined by a draw at the drivers' meeting that happens the morning of the race. What is your preferred position on days like this for qualifying, should you be racing one?
If I were doing qualifying today, I'd probably want to go last just because I'm going to be sitting in the boat on my phone watching what these guys are doing. And if I can find a hole, see them hit a hole somewhere on the race course, I'm going to know when it's my turn to know what to do with the boat ahead of time. So I don't mind going last because I'm going to watch the whole fleet and take notes while I'm sitting there. And again, this is going to be 38-foot dug right. And they're getting a bit of air. They're bouncing around a bit. So, like I said, that breeze has picked up. There's a little bit of swell action out here now. All right, so we've got Alan Al, Roberto Lopiano, and Alfredo Amato. Looks like they're coming across to start their lap. And these are catamaran hulls with a big tunnel down the middle of them, so they're packing a lot of air. If you watch the V-Race V-boats earlier cutting through the waves, these guys are going to be flying over them. At this point in time, these boats are more of an airplane going down the straightaway, and you're balancing lifting the boat off the water and keeping it on the water and under control.
And that's the job of the throttleman to control that aspect of the race?
Correct. So two people in the boat. Driver is obviously steering the boat. Throttleman, his responsibility is to keep the boat, the trim of the boat, where it needs to be for the water conditions and control the speed with the throttles. And when they come into this turn here, they're going to be working together because the trim has to be set in a manner where the driver can actually turn the boat. And working together, they're going to get through turn 1. Be working the throttles, working the trim at the same time the driver's working the steering wheel. And when they come out of turn 1 and they start accelerating, the driver's going to want to have that steering wheel straight because that's the fastest way the boat will go is when the wheels are straight, the motors are straight. And the throttleman's going to be trimming the boat now to accelerate and reach top speed before they get down to the dog leg. And the dog leg's a lot of fun because you can carry so much speed through there, and if you don't have to lift, you don't have to set the boat, you can just float it around the dog leg. It's such a feeling.
I bet it is. And you said they're going to be reaching speeds of about 130 if conditions are right.
Yeah, so those boats are capable of 130. We'll see what they do here today. And it looks like second boat to start their parade lap here is 151 Express. That's going to be Nick Imprescia and Ian Morgan.
And we had our original second boat that was just scratched, the Heritage Canada. We've just gotten that information. So a 151 Express is next up, and that will mean that there are only 4 boats running.
Okay. Well, let's see what Nick and Ian here can do here today. They've spent a lot of time testing in this boat. They've been racing for a number of years together. They started in the smaller V-bottom class, worked their way up to bigger boats, and now they're in the factory stock class. So here we go again, starting from 20-foot V-hulls with a single outboard. Now they're in a 130-mile-an-hour catamaran with 1,000 horsepower.
So these are going to go significantly faster than the first race of the day by about 40 miles an hour faster. So we'll see faster lap times. Still racing regardless of what speed you're going, but it'll be exciting to see the boats moving along a little bit faster here.
All right, so back to the 22 boat. It looks like they're coming around bottom turn here. They're going to be finishing their qualifying lap, and we'll get a time on them, and then we can compare that to the rest of the fleet as they go through. Coming back around to the beach, apexing the turn, coming off that final turn buoy, and you can see the boat get a little bit loose there. So they straighten out the wheel, they're trimming the motors up, trying to get the boat to accelerate again and start building that top end speed. And as you do that, you're going to see it start flying around a bit more, bouncing around a bit more. Oh, there we go. Yep.
He's jostling there a little bit. It's a great shot of the beach here.
It looks like there's a little more swell action coming down the beach side because we're literally racing right off the beach where there's usually breakers. So you get a little rougher water on this front side of the course a lot of the times. And that's the dynamics of powerboat racing. You know, one side of the course can be dramatically different in how you run the boat, how you set up the boat versus the opposite side. And it's always changing. All right, so it looks like we do have the lap time for our first qualifier. 3 minutes, 52 seconds. And we've got 151 Express coming in behind them. We're going to get their lap time here shortly. And back to Nick and Ian. Love these guys. Been racing with them for the last few years. They do an amazing job in and out of the boat. And really excited to see what these guys can do together here this year. They've been a lot of time practicing in Key West. Sean Trente was coaching them a lot there. I know they've worked on a lot of stuff in the off season to make that boat work a bit better, make themselves work better together. And it really showed in that final race in Key West. And I know they're looking forward to showing that again here this season. And so by comparison, this is a 390 MTI. So we've got a few different brands of boats represented on the race course today. We just watched Doug Wright go through. We're watching MTI come through now.
I think you're coming back in an MTI later this season, are you not?
I will be back in an MTI later this season.
Oh, we look forward to seeing you out there.
Looking forward to it to myself. Yeah.
Now, tell us about your run here last year. I think you were knocked out a little bit early. Was that a mechanical?
Unfortunately, yes. We came around turn one in good position, and we had a mechanical issue take us out. I finished on the podium here a couple years prior. I've been here in some rough water races where we're literally just beating our brains out trying to get around the course, and it's a tough track.
And I think if memory serves, your MTI that you're coming back in has got a pretty strong track record of success.
Yeah, so that boat, we ran it one season. We had 3 first-place finishes, a national championship, and we were on the podium every weekend except for one race where we had a broken trim pump. As like I said, there are changes to this class, factory stock. So everybody's learning a little bit this year. They'd been previously running the 450 engines, now onto the 500 horsepower Mercuries.
We just got our second lap time up for 151 Express, and we'll pull the comparisons up.
So 3 minutes, 42 seconds right now from 151 Express, and I think we've got another lap coming from them. We'll see if they better that. And again, 151 Express here, they've been racing the last few seasons with this boat. Montlick Injury Attorneys, they've had a few seasons in the boat. But it's a little game changer this season. You know, they went from the 450s to the 500s. They have more horsepower to work with. Probably a little difference in propellers, a little difference in balance. So everybody's learning here on this first race of the season.
Yeah, and for perspective, 151 Express, boat 66, first lap was just about 10 seconds faster than Allen in the number 22 boat. So they're setting off a good, strong pace. But what matters here is what they're going to do in the second lap.
Well, yeah, and we got a few more boats to go down before we get to the end of qualifying, but that was a nice lap from Nick and Ian in the 151 Express. Al and Al, I think they're trying to find some more speed right now. That boat's getting real loose. They probably have a little birdie in the radio telling them they need to pick up the pace. So they're looking for any more speed they can get out of that boat.
Now talk to us about the change from 450 to 500. What was the driver of that?
Just new engine introduced from Mercury Racing. So 450s came out some time ago. With the marketplace of bigger and bigger outboard cats, Mercury developed a 500 horsepower engine, and the class voted to adopt that this season. So across the board, everybody will be racing this new 500 horsepower Mercury factory engine.
And we're just getting the second lap times for Al and Al, the first board out today. Their lap 2 was actually just under 8 seconds slower than the first. So their best lap is going to be 3:52. Again, to refresh everyone's memory, the first lap for the second boat, 151 Express, boat 66, was 3:42. So far, they have the fastest lap. But 2 more boats to come.
Yeah, and we've got 151 Express coming around to complete their second lap. So we'll see if they improve upon their time from the first lap. You generally do, is you get a little bit more seat time around the course. And the boat's burned off a little bit of fuel, so it should be
It's going to make it lighter and faster.
Correct, yep.
Now, what do these boats burn per minute? I know it's a tough calculation, but for those watching at home or on the beach.
You know, that's a great calculation. I haven't figured that out per minute. I'll figure it out per lap, but per minute, I don't even look at that number. That number doesn't matter.
But it is a big shift in weight. And when you're running a full race, going 4 or 5 laps, you're probably going to lose hundreds of pounds.
You'll lose hundreds of pounds over the course of the race. Each race, you'll lose pounds. Each lap, you'll be burning off fuel and you'll be losing pounds. So the boat will get faster each lap. And by the time you run a full race of, say, 50 miles, that boat weight will change, depending on what class you're running, anywhere from 100 to 300 pounds based on the amount of fuel you've burned. And it looks like 151 has come across. They did improve their time for the second lap. They improved it just under a second. So we've got 151 fast lap time right now, 3 minutes, 41.9 seconds. And we've got 2 more boats coming up for qualifying.
Next up, I think we've got Montlick, who's still got the hatch open there, so we can see.
So we're going to check in with race control right now and see what we have here moving forward.
Of course, it looks like they're getting into position, probably just cooling off there with temperatures almost at 100 today. Or certainly high 90s on the water.
Yeah, it looks like Montlick is getting up on plane. Hatch is closed. Boat's getting up on plane and in the proper direction here, so they should be starting the first of their 2 laps. And here we go. So Montlick is going to start their qualifying session. This is a 38-foot dug right. And then tremendous amount of talent in that cockpit with Giovanni Carpitella. He comes from a long line of international racing from XCAT to Class 1. And then you have Logan Aiden in the seat next to him. Young driver, but with a lot of racing experience coming from dirt cars, a lot of high-speed motorsports, and then transitioning into the boats. It was either 2 or 3 years ago now. And they've proven to be a good team together. Now, there is a certain amount of time between the first qualifier and the last qualifier, and that can change the course. So, yeah, if the wave action picks up, the wind picks up, that could be a deciding factor in some of this qualifying. We'll just see how it all plays out here as we continue.
Now, in your past races here, what are the roughest conditions that you've raced in here at Cocoa Beach?
The roughest conditions I've seen here is when you're in the boat and all you can see is the wave in front of you. You can't see the boats in front of you. You can't see the horizon. You're just down inside of a wave. You come to the top of it, and then you can see the stars. I don't know how big it was, but this place has been known for some big conditions. So,
they're out of the water there.
They are out of the water, so they are pushing hard for that first lap, ramping up the speed right now, and you can see them get a little bow high as they're looking for some more top end. And talking about the rough water here, when we come to this race site, I think we're always generally predicting it to be a rough race. So the conditions we have today here are a bit different than what most people were expecting.
Is there a condition that you prefer personally, as well as the racers in general?
You'll see a lot of racers. They love the rough water because that's what offshore is, and they love that factor. I love it all. The race is different between rough and flat. When it's flat, I think there's a lot more driver involved, and when it's rough, there's a lot more throttle man involved. But I like them both. Each one has its own challenges, its own differences, its own excitement. Rough water races are actually generally a little bit safer in situations because the boat speed isn't as much. Oh, it looks like, okay, so we had Motluk injury attorneys up on plane, and it looks like they're going to be pulling in, heading back to the pits with a mechanical problem. So we will not have a qualifying lap time for them today.
Oh, that's got to feel horrible for them.
Yeah, that's very disappointing to come out here and sit and wait and then start your run and have an issue. That can get frustrating. But we have our final qualifier for today. Number 2 boat, Peppers Racing Yardarm Marine Products. George Stancombe, Mike Stancombe. This is a father-son team that goes back a long ways in offshore powerboat racing. They've been doing this a long time together, a long time individually. This boat is about the oldest in the class. It previously had inboard Mercury engines, and they converted it to these 500 outboards, so the two of them come out here and get back into racing once again. So great to see the father and son team on the race course, and we're going to see what they can do this year with these 500 horsepower Mercuries.
Yeah, it's great to see father and son. You see a lot of families working together in the pits. They may not always be racing together, but certainly families coming together as a part of their race team. It's really great to see.
100%. It's family sport. You'll see families throughout the pits in different capacities. Not so often you get to see them both in the same boat together, but really exciting when you do. And this here is a 36 skater, so the only skater in the class. But that boat has had a number of victories in its previous career and should be a fast boat here as well.
Looks like the chops picked up a little bit, not too much. That may just be a factor where they are on the course, but bouncing on a little bit. Now talk to us about who the boats are in the infield there. They're obviously not spectating from that position. Is that safety teams, rescue teams? Do you want to talk a little bit about the safety that's outside of the choppers that people can obviously see?
Well, so we've got a few boats waiting on the infield for the other competitors to get done with their qualifying laps. We've got pace boats in there with flags in case they need to stop the qualifying. We've got people in safety boats, divers, swimmers, EMTs in case anything should go wrong. But we had a question here is what boat should you go with for the class? You know, there's in this class now we've got a few different brands you can choose from, and brands are, you know, the Skater has been building boats for a long time. You have a lot of diehard Skater fans. MTI has been building great boats for a number of years now. They got a great winning pedigree. Doug Wright has been building outboard boats, I believe, quite some time now as well in smaller classes. They've moved up to the factory stock class. And you've just got people that live and breathe each manufacturer. And now each boat is different. The compression in the boats are different. The sponsons are different. How the boats handle in different conditions. A lot of it comes down to personal preference. A lot of it comes down to what people are more comfortable with. But every one of these boats out here each day has a chance to win. So it's still tight racing, close racing, and it's anybody's day, any time on the water.
Talk to us about the weight restrictions that exist on a class-by-class basis in this class in particular.
Yeah, so each one of these classes have a minimum weight that they have to weigh coming out on the crane. So in this class here, I believe the weight for this season is 6,750 pounds. So they're out here qualifying. They've got just enough fuel and weight in the boat so that when they get done with qualifying and they go to the cranes, when they get pulled out on the crane, they will be weighed. And if they come in below the minimum weight, they will have a penalty. So they'll add time, they'll, in other cases, deduct laps. So every class has to come out weighing a minimum amount. And that keeps parity amongst the boats. And it's a real part of the game, part of the balance is finding out how light you can make the boat for the race and still come out legal at the end of it.
So fuel's obviously got to be a big consideration there. How do they calculate how much fuel they're going to take on so that they can make that minimum weight coming out of the water on the crane?
So depending on the length of the race or length of qualifying, whether it's, we've got, 14 miles of qualifying. In the race, we'll have 55 miles of racing. But we also have a 2-3 mile run in and out to the cranes. So that's fuel burn there too. So if you get really, you want to get real critical, real close, you've got to break down those miles. How many miles are you running at wide open? How many miles are you idling in and out if you really want to get the most out of the boat? And some of the best get it right. Some of the best get it wrong. But that's part of setting these boats up for the best possible setup and the best possible outcome.
I guess the worst thing you could do is run out of fuel near the end of the race. That would be heartbreaking. Have you seen that happen in the past?
I have seen boats run out of fuel just before the finish line. I've seen them run out of fuel on the way to the cranes. And it depends on the boat. Just because you run out of fuel doesn't mean you've lost, as long as you weigh the minimum amount when you come in. If you get towed in and you still weigh the minimum amount and you finished all your laps, you're good.
As long as you get across that finish line.
As long as you get across that finish line. And it looks like, so Pepper's yard arm has just come across with a lap time of 4 minutes and 10 seconds. So they are a bit off the pace in lap 1. Let's see what they can do for lap 2. They've had some time now to learn the course, learn the water, and it does look like it's picked up a little bit since the first boat has gone out, and that's going to make a difference as to what their times can be.
Yeah, as you mentioned, conditions can change minute by minute. Your personal preference, as I'm sure a lot of the racers, was to go last so you can see what you're competing against, but in this case, if conditions have changed, that may be slowing them down. In perspective here, their first lap time, they've got one more to go, 4:10. The fastest lap that we've seen from 151 Express is 3:41.52, so they're about 31 seconds off that pace. But still one lap to go, so let's see what they can do.
Yeah, and here they are coming out of turn 1, headed for the dog leg. So you're going to see Mike Stancombe picking up the trim, getting the motors to accelerate. And once he starts getting up to that top speed, they're going to start trimming the motors back down to keep the nose down, keep the boat in the water before they get to the dog leg here. You see now the nose isn't popping as much. The boat's laid over. It's got a nice set to it and driving forward.
Would you count that to where they position the weights? Both, because depending on where you put the weight dictates what type of trim you'll be putting into the boat as well. Great shot looking down the tunnel of that boat. So it looks like they're just about to the bottom of the course. Going to be making their final turn before coming across start-finish line. And you can see from this shot, it's definitely bumped up a little bit because you're losing part of the boat in this swell. So I think the swell action has picked up as this day has gone on. Yeah, when we started, it was about 1.3 feet of swell. It looks like it's up a little bit beyond that.
Looks like it, just because you're starting to lose part of the boat in that swell action. You can see the wind on the water. It's not glassy flat like it was earlier. So weather changes. Weather is changing right now, and we're going to see that affect the Superstock Class here this afternoon in a dramatic way.
And that's going to be an exciting race with, I think, 12 boats running in our next race.
12 boats running side by side, all with the same horsepower, same engines. It will be the race of the day.
And that is the biggest class, which is always exciting to watch.
That is the biggest class this weekend with 12 boats. lot of talent in that class. It's going to be some good, strong racing.
And they'll be running twin 300Rs?
Correct. So everybody will be running the same twin Mercury Racing 300Rs. But here we are in the last run for Peppers Racing, and we're going to see what they can put together on their second lap here.
And as you mentioned, the shoreline aspect in the race, time conditions can change minute by minute, but certainly different parts of the course are going to have different conditions. I think we see it a little bit choppier on the shoreline stretch.
Well, yeah, because we're on the beach side, so the water starts getting shallower, and that swell that's rolling in will start stacking up in that shallow water, just like when you're watching the waves break on the beach. And so you'll get that effect in the boats as you're going along the beachfront here.
Looks like they've pulled off there.
So Peppers Yardarm Racing just completed their second lap.
Which you can see on the screen here is 4:11, so just 1 second, roughly, a second and a bit slower than their first lap. Our best lap of the day here is 151 Express, boat 66 at 341.92.
Yes, that's Nick and Ian. In the 151 Express boat, they get pole position, which means they're going to have the best starting line for tomorrow's race. And they did that in dramatic fashion. And the next closest boat is 11 seconds behind them, so they were moving.
And that's a pretty big gap.
That's a big gap for this class because it's such close racing. Everybody's got the same horsepower, so a 10-second difference on lap time will be huge for them tomorrow.
And of course, it's going to be much different when you're actually racing against another boat. The race condition means race driving. It's going to be much more fun for us to watch and be a different experience for the drivers than just doing a timed lap.
Different experience for the drivers, different experience for the viewers here, because not only are you going to drive as fast as you can, but now you've got traffic, you've got boatways, you've got other boats that you have to get around. You've got to put the boat in the right spot to get around the buoy. So there's going to be a lot of racecraft tomorrow, where they position the boat on each lap.
Okay, so we've got another race coming up at 2:45 today, but just wanted to again thank our presenting sponsors today. Just visit Space Coast, X Insurance, and legendary Cocoa Beach. This live stream is sponsored by our title sponsor, Keltec, as well as X Insurance, and produced by our friends here at Greenlight TV. As well, we want to reach out to our local sponsors that include BudX, Cape Marina, JT's Social Bar, located inside La Quinta Inn here on Cocoa Beach, Bale Brothers Cranes and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Sandbar Sports Bill, Direct Graphics Printing, Boat and Motor Superstore, Florida Power and Light, J&J Cafe, Rocket Healthcare, Navon Boats, JMac Roofing, In Place Machining Company, Metrology Works, and Springwater Homes.
Now stay with us. We've got the next race coming up, Superstock race at 3:45. That will be the race of the day. That's going to be the most dramatic race of the day. Plenty to watch, plenty to see. Stick with us, and we'll be back at 3:45.
The new Keltec PR57 is the lightest 5.7 pistol available. Stripper clips and a rotary barrel create a compact, lightweight, and easy-to-use pistol with a 20+1 capacity. Innovation, performance, Keltec.
From the efficiency of American natural gas and the dependability of nuclear power, to the strength of Florida's sunshine and the flexibility of advanced battery storage systems, we leverage a diverse mix of energy sources to power our growing state, ensuring reliable, low-cost power for your home or business whenever you need it. FPL, working for you every single day. There's something about the people of Florida. Something that makes us go the extra mile. Spend a little more time. Help a neighbor when they need it most. Do our part, big or small, to make things better for everyone. At FPL, we're working every single day to ensure you have electricity you can count on. We're building a stronger, smarter, more resilient grid using cost-effective, diverse energy sources to deliver reliable electricity while keeping bills as low as possible. And while the days come and go, our mission never changes. For nearly a century, FPL has been here, and we will continue to be here, working for you every single day.
Welcome to the fold with a twist. The third generation Keltec Sub 2000 quickly twists and folds in half, optics and all, and just as quickly deploys. Now available in multiple calibers. Innovation, performance. Keltec. The new Keltec PR57 is the lightest 5.7 pistol available. Stripper clips and a rotary barrel create a compact, lightweight, and easy-to-use pistol with a 20+1 capacity. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
From the efficiency of American natural gas and the dependability of nuclear power, to the strength of Florida's sunshine and the flexibility of advanced battery storage systems, we leverage a diverse mix of energy sources to power our growing state, ensuring reliable, low-cost power for your home or business whenever you need it. FPL, working for you every single day.
Welcome to the fold with a twist. The third generation Keltec Sub 2000 quickly twists and folds in half, optics and all, and just as quickly deploys. Now available in multiple calibers. Innovation, performance. Keltec.
There's something about the people of Florida. Something that makes us go the extra mile. Spend a little more time. Help a neighbor when they need it most. Do our part, big or small, to make things better for everyone. At FPL, we're working every single day to ensure you have electricity you can count on. We're building a stronger, smarter, more resilient grid, using cost-effective, diverse energy sources to deliver reliable electricity while keeping bills as low as possible. And while the days come and go, our mission never changes. For nearly a century, FPL has been here, and we will continue to be here, working for you every single day.
Welcome back to the 15th running of the Thunder on Cocoa Beach here in beautiful Cocoa Beach, Florida. I'm Philip Stainton from Toronto Offshore and TDF Racing. I'm joined today by Pro Stock racer Sean Connor. Sean, let's kick it off.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. So we are just about to start the third race of the day, the final race of the day, and the race of the day, Superstock Class. We're going to have 12 boats, all very evenly matched, great competitors, lined up side by side. It's going to be some great racing here starting very shortly.
This is the one people have been waiting for. There's a lot more boats. There's going to be a lot more competition, a lot more jockeying for position in the turns. The race of this morning had fewer boats. Still exciting to see. But, Sean, tell us what we can expect when we're watching this today and how the mentality changes when you have more boats competing.
So the great thing about this class, having as many boats as there are going to be battles and lane positioning throughout the entire field. You're going to have a race at the front for the top three positions. You're going to have races in the mid-pack. You're going to have races at the back of the field. So there's a lot of action to pay attention to throughout this whole event. With this many boats on the start line, everybody lines up side by side. So this class has always had an exciting turn one. A lot of things can happen in turn one with that many boats, trying to get enough room to get through. So, hopefully everything goes clean. Hopefully everybody gives some space, gets the race going. But turn one can be quite exciting in this class. You got to survive turn one to then go racing.
And how were the start positions determined for today across the 12 boats?
So this is the first race of the season. And what they did in drivers' meeting today is drew numbers. And those numbers dictated who was starting where on today's grid.
Now, you've raced here in the 300 Superstock class for a number of years. I know that you're going to be coming back this season with a new boat that you're just setting up now. Conditions today, tell us how that's going to change the race versus other years that you've raced here.
So today is, again, pretty flat by comparison of past years. You're going to go with a bit taller propeller, which is going to give you more top-end speed. And we're going to move the weight back a little bit further in the boat to give it a little more acceleration, keep the nose out of the water, let it carry a bit more. So we're going to do a setup today for more top-end speed.
And what speeds will we expect to see?
Well, these boats are good for about 120 miles an hour. What we'll see today, probably in the low hundreds, so say 105 to 110.
And our wave height here is 1.6 feet. You can see it on the screen there for viewers watching along. At our last race, it was 1.3, so it's up a little bit. How's that going to change the rates? I know the boats that just ran before, the 500 stock, are a little bit heavier, a little bit longer. How is this conditions going to affect the race?
So wave height is building. The wind speed is building. These boats are some of the most animated in the series, and that's what makes them so exciting to both race them yourself and watch. You're going to see the boats flying around quite a bit more. As competitive as these guys are, they're going to be running the boats more on the ragged edge, lighter setups, trying to find every little advantage they can. So it's going to be a very animated class. There's going to be airtime. There's going to be boats coming in and out of the water, boats getting out of control and recovering. It's going to be an exciting race.
And we've seen conditions change today. Now, what would these folks have been watching from the first two runs that we saw today?
So for me, I would have watched the live stream all day today to watch the weather conditions, how those boats reacted to them going around the course, and as things changed throughout the day, where the holes were at on the course, what the turns were like, and use all that in my final setup for starting today.
And we've got some experienced drivers out here today, as well as we've got a couple of new boats. What would it be like for a racer just about to get into the boat for the first time?
Well, it looks like we are going racing. It looks like green flag is dropped as the boats are taking off. Yeah, boats have taken off. So that was a quick start. They wanted to get this race rolling here. So we are under green flag now.
We didn't see the green flag come up on the screen, but we have started.
Well, it looks like they have started. I mean, everybody's got the throttles down. We've got boats in different positions, all going to turn one here. Boats. It's hard to see exactly where everybody's at just yet. So hopefully everybody gets through turn one clean, and we'll see where they're at when they come out of turn one.
And what kind of distance are they looking to keep laterally from each boat?
Well, literally this many boats on the line. When you come off the start, you'll be rubbing hull sides. There's just not enough space for this many boats. So find your space, make your point, try to get out to some early clean water.
We just are learning they started on the back of the course instead of the front that we saw in the previous two races. So
that was I knew that was coming because we've all voted on that as the class. There's so many boats in this class. There's not enough space to start them between the beach and the race course. So they were going to start on the backside this whole time, but they did drop the green flag very, very quickly. Either way, we're underway racing right now. Everybody's coming through turn one. Looks like we're all good so far. And we'll see who the early leaders are. Well, first boat around turn one, no surprise there. Ray Marine Racing with Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou picking up right where they started off in Key West. Fast boat, fast team, lots of experience in that boat together, and a lot of setup time. It's showing right now. Looks like second place. It's going to be Stephen Bridges and Team Bermuda. And then it's just a pile of boats there trying to figure out who's in third. And that's the great thing about this class is such good racing, such close racing, so many boats.
And they're bouncing around a little bit here. And we notice the beach side is a little bit rougher than the outer of the course because of the shallows that exist there.
Correct. That swell action starts building as it gets into the shallower water. So you'll see a little bit rougher time on the beach. And again, because the racing's so close, these guys are running the boats so aired out, looking for every little mile per hour. You're going to be a lot of driving, a lot of throttling going on right now. Trying to find clean water, staying out of each other's boat wakes because you want to be able to see the water. When you're in the whitewash, you can't necessarily see the waves, and you're also riding in bubbles, which gives you less bite than if you are in clean water.
What do you mean by bite?
So you want to keep the propellers hooked up. So when you're in nice clean water, you have the most grip on the propellers. When you're following directly behind somebody in their whitewash, you're in that aerated water, you're in the rooster tail, you don't have as much bite on the propellers or bite on the boat itself when you're in the whitewater. So coming into the turns, if you're in good clean water, you know the boat's going to stick. If you're on somebody's boat wake, you're in the whitewash, it sometimes gets a little bit questionable as to what the boat's going to do.
There's Ray Marine again out in front. Now this is, of course, about 7 miles, and they'll be running 7 laps today, so about 50 miles in total. That's a long time to be out there racing, particularly in this heat. How does the fatigue wear on the driver in a race that's long?
You know, this for me, 50 miles, this is a sprint. This is an all-out sprint. Nobody's holding back. You can't hold back in this class. If you hold back, you're done. So from the time that green flag drops to the time you get across the finish, this is a sprint. Everybody is giving it everything they have right now. And that is such a bright boat by Cole Leibel. He picked a great color for that.
He did. We see him coming out of the water there. So what does the driver as well as the throttle person have to do to adapt when it does fly out of the water like that?
So coming out of the water like that, the throttle man's going to pull back on the throttles to limit the RPM and then get right back in it when it lands in the water. And here we have a great battle. Looks like for second place with Team Bermuda and Wozencraft. Wozencraft is a new team for this season. Oh, and we got Dig and Deep taking a big flyer. Now that is another new team, and they are up and charging. Awesome to see that. So looks like Dig and Deep is making a run forward. The Team Bermuda GL Construction, they're making a move on Wozencraft, and they're coming to the dogleg right now. And the dogleg is a really great place to either pass a boat or set up for a pass in turn 2. A lot can go on here in the dogleg. We got more boats coming up through the field here now. It looks like the Firm Racing making a move on Team Bermuda. And you see Team Bermuda just cut the corner there on the dogleg and sent the Team Firm Racing right through their rooster tail.
And how do you react as a driver when you can't obviously see with a rooster tail hitting your windshield? What's the strategy there?
Get out of the whitewash as quick as you can without disturbing the boat, and don't mess up. Really good battle here for, I believe, second place coming around turn 2. TFR Motorsports and Dig and Deep. TFR Motorsports Wozencraft has Julian Maldonado, which put on a great season last year. He's got a new boat with a new driver, rookie driver for this year, but they're doing quite well right now.
And there are a few new boats this year in this class, which is great to see.
This class is growing, so we've got new boats, new drivers, new throttlemen.
How would you explain the popularity of this class? I know it's been a long-standing class, but it just seems to be getting bigger and bigger every year. What do you attribute that to?
The performance of the boats, the excitement of the boats, and the investment of the boats. I mean, boat racing costs money. These boats do cost good money, but the amount of racing you get bang for your buck in this class is the best. Lots of competition, lots of battles throughout the field. You're not just racing 3 boats, you're racing 12 boats here. And so digging deep here, another new team. You've got a rookie driver with a seasoned throttleman. Put some good lap times together. Looks like they're on the podium right now. And that's Andrew Miller and Todd DePhillips in Digging Deep. First race together. Andrew's first race, offshore race here today. And they've got a freight train of boats coming up behind them trying to fight for position. And you look at here, I mean, you see how animated these boats are, how hard these guys push. This is what makes this class exciting. Both the drivers and the spectators.
There's Ray Marine still out in front.
Ray Marine, Cole Leibel, Gary Ballou. Clean water. It pays to be up front because they're in nice, clean water. They don't have to deal with any boat waste. They don't have to deal with any rooster tails. So they get to pick their line, and they get to find the fastest line around the race course. So when you're in first place, generally, you can start extending your lead over the boats behind you, especially when the boats behind you are duking it out for position. They're not in the best water. They're not taking the best lines because they're all fighting for position behind you. And Cole and Gary right now in the Ray Marine boat are able to extend their lead. Yeah, and the battle continues for second place with TFR Motorsports and Diggin' Deep. So we've got 2 rookie drivers in these boats. The drivers themselves, this is their first race here. The throttlemen beside them have many races in this class. So really awesome to see these guys up front and battling like this.
We're just awaiting our times. That we now have on the screen the position of the first 6 boats.
So Ray Marine up front in first place, TFR Motorsports second, Diggin' Deep in third. And then Team Bermuda, the Firm Racing, and Alan Longhair side by side trying to figure out who's in 4th place.
It looks like we got another battle coming up here.
So you have 3 boats going through the dog leg, and then they're all going to have to sort it out by the time they get to the next turn. Great racing right here. This is what this class is about. And you see the 2 of the boats took some flyers, got a little out of position, and it looks like the Firm Racing team stayed in the water, got a good run, and accelerated past these guys. But there's a long ways to go. This battle is not over. It's just starting right now. Now, every one of these guys, these boats are in length 30 to 32 feet. Everybody's running the same Mercury Racing 300 engines. Everybody has to weigh the same minimum weights on the crane coming out. So that's why you see such close racing here.
And these boats are about 4 feet shorter than the 500s that ran in the previous race?
They're anywhere from 4 feet to 8 feet shorter, actually. So shorter boats. They weigh less, a little less horsepower, but their lap times can compare to that factory stock class on certain days just because these guys are pushing so hard.
And even with less power, with the lighter weight, they're still running only about 10 miles an hour slower than the 500.
Generally about 10 miles an hour short. No, yeah. So TFR Motorsports, Jeremy Tashida and Julian Maldonado, looks like they did make their move for second place and holding on to that at the moment. And now that they're in second, if they're done battling with Diggin' Deep at the moment, they can focus, find some fast lines, and try and start closing the distance on Ray Marine, who we see here. And that's the goal, is to find some clean water, improve your lap times, and start going after the boat in front of you.
So when you're in the lead, what's the strategy?
When you're in the lead, don't make a mistake. Find that fast lap time. You don't have to be necessarily as aggressive on the buoys. Be safe, but still be fast. Now, if these guys start closing in behind them, I'm sure the radio crew will let them know, and Gary will push those throttles just a little bit further. Cole will start taking some even faster lines to maintain. But they've got a good lead right now. They've got some cushion, so they don't have to be too crazy out there. But I know Julian in TFR Motorsports sees that green boat in front of him and wants to close that gap.
So with so many boats, will they have a lot more communication with their crews on shore on the radio?
So all these boats generally have communications with the shore team on shore, so they can provide them lap times, they can provide them some more insight as to what's going on behind them, what's going on in front of them. When you're in the boats, you've got camera view, so you can see like a rear view camera, you can see side mirrors, but you can only see so much distance. And if you're in traffic with rooster tails and whitewash, you can't necessarily see where everybody's at. And that's where the shore crew can come in handy. You got spotters on the beach telling you what the boat in front of you is doing, what their lap times are, how hard do you need to push, or who's coming up behind you. And we have Gary Blue and Cole Leibel just putting on a clinic right now with Team Ray Marine.
We just started lap 4, the lead boat.
These guys are moving. Lap 4, this much excitement. I mean, we're getting through this race. And here's a great shot. Look at that pack of boats all fighting it out for position right now.
What a great shot that is. And so much water spraying.
And this is where racecraft comes in this class, is knowing where to put your boat 2 turns ahead. So you know where you're going to be 3 miles down the course, where you're going to put your boat in relation to the guy in front of you or next to you so that you get the advantage. So there's a lot that's going on to this. It's not just what's going on that moment in time with the throttles, with the steering, but it's figuring out where you want to put your boat for 2 turns ahead. And it looks like it's getting rougher because Digging Deep is taking some flyers there, but the boat's staying nice and level and in control. So definitely some changes in the water conditions here right now, and just this many boat wakes can also churn things up.
And from racing this course for so many years, which corner do you see a lot of lead changes in or position changes?
The dog leg on the backside, you can see a lot of position changes there, and then the bottom turn coming out of the turn from the beach. That's where you see the most lead changes. That's where you'll see the most battles. You can make up a lot of time there. You can lose a lot of time there. We got Coco's Monkey making a move on GL Construction Team Bermuda. Coco's Monkey ran some great races last year, and they do this. Sometimes they'll be at the back, and they just find a rhythm. They find a route forward, and they start driving through traffic. And it looks like that's what they're doing right now. So you'll see as they come down to this bottom turn, Coco's Monkey's inside of Team Bermuda, trying to find that shorter line around the course.
Just started lap 5 now with the lead bow.
Team Raymarine holding strong in that first place position. Coming around to take lap 5.
With 2 more to go.
Really running unopposed right now. We'll see if TFR Motorsports Rosencraft boat can close that gap here in the next couple laps and put on a good challenge for Raymarine.
So what are the boats in second and third thinking about right now? What are they going to adjust to try to take a shot?
Like I said, second place boat right now, he's got some fairly clean water in front of him. So he's trying to watch what the Raymarine boat is doing, where he's putting the boat, and see if he can find an advantage. Whether it's Raymarine's going wide on one buoy versus the other, and he can cut that distance down. Sometimes it pays to be in second place and watch what that first boat is doing. You can see what waves are coming next. You can see what the course is changing by watching that boat in front of you and take cues ahead of time. Now, looking back at third place, I think there's quite a fight going on with a number of boats. So they're still trying to figure out who's going to be where at the next turn.
So far, we've got Raymarine in front with TFR in second and the Firm Racing team in third.
And here's our additional Team Bermuda, the pink boat. They were new at the last race last year, and moving forward, I don't know. Team Celsius looks like they've got a mechanical issue. Chris Hopgood and Jay Muller, I know that's not the way they wanted to start the season. They're going after a national championship this year. Hopefully it's something minor. Maybe they can get going here again.
Now, I know you had a mechanical in your race here last year. What happened in that event?
Our race last year, we started off in a good spot, challenging for the lead in turn 1, and we had a fuel issue. It was just a fluke. It was just part of racing. You try to prepare for everything, and sometimes it's just outside of your control. This class overall, though, is very, very reliable, and that's the other thing is bang for your buck and the racing. You get to race hard all day, and it's a very reliable class. You're not worried about breaking the engines. You're not worried about engine rebuilds. You put fuel in the boat, and you go racing. And that's what's really great about this Mercury 300 racing engine. Looks like Raymarine is pulling away. TFR Motorsports is trying to find some time. They're in clean water. Looks like the Firm Racing team in third place, trying to make a move. And here we have the second Team Bermuda boat, S12. Team Raymarine just up front, running their own lines, not having to worry about any boat wakes or traffic. So battle for sixth place right here. GL Construction, Team Bermuda, Coco's Monkey. Two very competitive boats. I used to race the GL Construction boat sometime back. I've won with that. It's a great boat, fast boat. Coco's Monkey, They've won a number of races in that hull as well, and they are side by side here looking to see who's going to make a move at the dog leg. And you see Coco's Monkey got a good run going, then they took a little flyer, got the boat out of shape, and now Bermuda's coming back strong on their transom.
So each time they take a flyer, is that going to slow them down?
Yeah, you want to keep the boat in the water. You want to keep that propeller hooked up, because if the propeller's not hooked up, the boat's not being pulled forward. So there's a fine balance there, keeping the boat loose but keeping it hooked up.
And what things can they do to keep the boat on the water? Is that trim?
So a lot of it can be dictated before we ever get out there. So where you put the weight, which you can't change once you're in the boat. You pick your weight, and that'll dictate how the boat's attitude will be throughout the race. Now, the race will change as time goes on. So how do you counteract that? You trim the motors. You may need to give the boat more negative trim to hold the nose down as the boat gets lighter, as wave conditions increase. But when you do that, you start scrubbing some speed. So that's where the throttle man really earns his pay, is finding that sweet spot in the trim, keeping the boat moving forward as quickly as possible without the boat coming out of the water, without it dancing out of shape, because that will slow you down.
You can see them bouncing out a little bit more here on the inland stretch with the shallower waters.
Here we have good battle for, I believe, sixth position. And that's what I'm saying about this class, is there are battles throughout, from the beginning of the pack, the mid-pack, the tail pack.
We're now into lap 6.
Lap 6. And like I said, no one is slowed down. It is a sprint from the beginning to end. Everybody's pushing as hard as they can.
Shot there on the inland side of the course.
So we had Coco's Monkey go past Team Bermuda GL Construction on the backside, and on the front side of the race course, looks like GL Construction Team Bermuda has passed Coco's Monkey once again. So this is a great battle. The boats are faster on one side of the course than the other. Each one has their advantages and disadvantages, and you're seeing it right now. So it'll be interesting to see when they come across the finish line, who is in front.
Now, talk to us about the points. So you can see Coco's Monkey and GL battling it out. They've traded places a couple of times now. How important are the points?
So the points are important. You know, we're all out here to race for a national championship. You collect points based on your position. You take them forward to the next race, and that'll dictate the championship at the end of the year. Now, if you've got a good boat, you've got a boat that's set up that you can race, you want to race for every point you can get. If you're not having a great day, you don't want to break the boat because you want to finish and you want to collect as many points as you can. This is the season opener. Everybody's starting from zero, so everybody's going for whatever they can get today. Everybody's out here to gather as many points, get on that podium, so there's no backing off today.
What would have these teams done in the off-season to prepare for the opening? They've got a lot of months off from World Championships in November. I think it's one of the last races they run. So what would the teams be doing to prepare for this race?
So every season you get done with season, you apply what you've learned from playing with propellers, weight, bottom modifications, and just gelling with your partner in the boat, learning each other. Because the more comfortable you get with each other, the faster you're going to be able to run the boat as you become more comfortable. And here we are, Demon Bikini race team. Their first race was the end of last year. They're coming out here for the full season. They want to win some races. They want to go for a national championship.
So they're learning their partner in the race as much as they're learning the boat.
Correct. And so inside Demon Bikini, we have Leanna Shadlow and Chad Hayden. So we have the only female in the class driving today, Leanna, in the Demon Bikini boat. And here this fight continues again. Coco's Monkey and Team Bermuda on the backside of the race course, trading positions once again.
But that point difference between 5th and 6th is important for them.
Oh, it can mean everything coming down the last race. I've had championships, national championships, world championships decided by 5 points out of 500. So every point in this class counts.
So these drives are working just as hard to win one position versus another, whether it's 1st or 2nd or 5th versus 6th.
Correct. Doesn't matter what position you're in, you're fighting for the next. And it looks like we have a red flag. So red flag means the race is coming to a stop. Generally means there has been an accident on the course. We can't see what yet, but everybody needs to come off plane stop where they are, let the safety team do what they do best, get to the accident scene, and make sure everybody's safe.
And when they resume racing, how do they reassert their positions on the course?
So that'll vary. Can vary from race to race, can vary as to what goes on in the race meeting. Generally, if we've gone past 3/4 of the race will be called. If we have not, or if there's time to finish the race out, there'll be a review of the positions the last time they came by the start and finish line, and they'll line up again based on that. I think where we're at, though, as we're towards the tail end of the race, I think the finishing positions are going to be what they are. So let's just hope whatever's going on here.
We'll wait to give those to you, but this is a great time to talk about the safety for the racers. This is something that's critical. Everyone wants to come home. This is, it's a sport, but everyone wants to have fun and a good time doing it. Make sure they go home with their families. Let's talk about what's out there for the drivers and safety.
So right now, you got the helicopters, the helos flying around with the safety divers. They would be the first to the boat that's in trouble. The helicopter's going to get to the boat. Divers are going to jump in. If the boat's upside down, they're going to get into the cockpit and pull the drivers out if they don't see anybody just yet. So they're there to assist. Hopefully, if a boat is upside down, drivers are fine. They're going to get out under their own power, and the divers are going to be there just as a safety check. Make sure they're coherent. Make sure they're in good shape. You'll have support vessels showing up just behind the helicopters with further EMT, further divers, further support if needed.
I know we talked briefly about this in an earlier race, but for those listening that missed it, what are some of the trainings that you have as a driver to prepare for any eventualities?
So each season we have to go through a mandatory dunk test where we get into a mock cockpit similar to what we race in. The dive teams that are following us over top work with us. They flip us upside down. Okay, here we are. So it's enough said, Team Bermuda S12. Boat is upside down, but I see 2 helmets, so it looks like both driver and throttleman are out and are okay.
We've heard they are okay. So you can see 2 safety boats there. Automatically, the chopper would be overhead and readily available if needed. We also have the support jet ski there. So a great demonstration of the safety that's involved in this sport.
Correct. So yeah, I see a diver in the water. I see backup divers on the boats surrounding.
Have you ever been in this position?
So I've been into 2 positions. This very position going upside down, I did that in Key West in 2021, racing for a world championship. We were in second place. We had to pass the boat in front of us to win it, and we tried a little too hard in the harbor turn with 2 laps to go. Boat went upside down.
What took it upside down?
Trying too hard. Going through the turn a little too fast. I don't think the boat was set necessarily as good as it should have been, but we had made it stick all week long, and unfortunately it didn't want to stick that day. That was a mistake on the pilot's part, and we went upside down. Boat did a flat spin, hooked, went over. My partner and I, that'd be Lauren Peters, we got out of the boat quickly, popped the hatch, and when we popped the hatch, the divers were already there. They were on the bottom side of the boat, ready to pull us out if they needed to, asking us questions, making sure we were okay. They do a great job looking over us.
And how do they right these boats? So this one's sitting on its roof in the water. How do they get them back over?
So CTO will be out there, former CTO will be out there. They will hook lines to the vessel upside down and pull it at an angle, which will get it to flip. At that point, it'll be upright. It will be full of water. They'll put a tow on it to get it going back to the crane. They'll probably put some pumps on it to pump the water out. And once they get to the crane, they'll resume pumping water out of it, slowly lifting it out of the water and back onto shore.
And depending on the damage, of course, will be the determinant of everything, but usually those boats can get back in shape for upcoming races.
100%. I've seen boats go upside down on a Wednesday race, and they were back racing on a Friday race. So depending on what the damage is, depends on how quickly they'll get done. We have enough time between now and the next event. They will be there. That boat will be fixed. Grant Signature Rigging manages that boat. I know they'll get the job done. They'll get the job done right, and those boys will be up and racing.
Great. We're just hearing that the race will not restart like you anticipated, given the percentage of the race that was done. The provisional results are now up on screen.
First place, Ray Marine Big East Construction, Cole Leibel, Gary Ballou. Second place, TFR Motorsports, Jeremy Tashida and Julian Maldonado. Great run for those guys. Firm Racing in third place, Pete Rivera, Ricky Maldonado. Another rookie team, digging deep. 4th place with Andrew Miller and Todd Phillips. Great run for those guys. 5th place, Team Allen Lawn Care and Landscaping. Randy Keys, Billy Allen. Love those guys. Glad to see them up there in the field. Team Bermuda S25, David Sully and Stephen Bridges. They've got 6th place. And we'll look for the provisional results here for the rest of the field as they come in.
Well, a lot of racing coming up tomorrow. I hope you can join us for that. It kicks off early in the day tomorrow. But let's take some time now to thank our sponsors. Of course, our title sponsor is Keltec. Keltec designs firearms right here in Brevard County. They're an innovative design and exciting to use, and look for them at your favorite firearms dealer and retailer. As well, our live stream sponsor today is, of course, Keltec, and their presenting sponsor, X Insurance, and it's produced by our friends at Greenlight TV. Local sponsors are Butt Racks, Cape Marina, JT Social Bar, located right inside the La Quinta Inn on beautiful Cocoa Beach, Vail Brothers Cranes and Rigging, Coconuts on the Beach, Sandbar Sports Grill, Direct Graphics Printing, Boat and Motorsports Superstore, Florida Power and Light, J&J Cafe, Rocket Healthcare, Navin Boats, J-Mac Roofing, In Place Machining Company, Metrology Works, and Springwater Homes. So thank you, Sean, and we hope to hear from you and see you all tomorrow.
See you guys all tomorrow. Thank you all.
The new Keltec PR57 is the lightest 5.7 pistol available. Stripper clips and a rotary barrel create a compact, lightweight, and easy-to-use pistol with a 20+1 capacity. Innovation, performance, Keltec.
From the efficiency of American natural gas and the dependability of nuclear power, to the strength of Florida's sunshine and the flexibility of advanced battery storage systems, we leverage a diverse mix of energy sources to power our growing state, ensuring reliable, low-cost power for your home or business whenever you need it. FPL, working for you every single day. There's something about the people of Florida. Something that makes us go the extra mile. Spend a little more time. Help a neighbor when they need it most. Do our part, big or small, to make things better for everyone. At FPL, we're working every single day to ensure you have electricity you can count on. We're building a stronger, smarter, more resilient grid using cost-effective, diverse energy sources to deliver reliable electricity while keeping bills as low as possible. And while the days come and go, our mission never changes. For nearly a century, FPL has been here, and we will continue to be here, working for you every single day.
Welcome to the fold with a twist. The 3rd generation Keltec Sub 2000 quickly twists and folds in half, optics and all, and just as quickly deploys. Now available in multiple calibers. Innovation, performance, Keltec.